documentation and store it in there as well. So in this case, everything, this is a smaller one. Let's see if we got a bigger PLC in here. There's not much on this one. Where's the PLC? Where's a nice one at here? Okay, let's try this one. This one looks to be a little better. Yeah, this is a little bit better. All right. So now we're in the device profile of the PLC. So a lot of customers will upload floor plans and use Discovery, which has location data, to put hotspots to show where the devices actually are. Right. So there's a floor plan. So from this point on, everything after this has been automatically discovered, and there's no human interaction with the discovery. Right. We discover the vendor, the model, the type, the version, the obsolescence, so in this case is an active device, as well as a CPE for your vulnerability matching and that serial number. There's also a description, catalog description, and a link back to this device on the vendor webpage. This is a PLC, so you can see all of the slots that are occupied on that PLC, as well as the vendor, model, version, firmware, serial number, and catalog description of that. So you can see the PLC and the backplane, so all the cards on the PLC as well, plus their version firmware is captured. If you'll notice, they're in red, and anything in red, if you hover, you'll see that this is not the latest version of firmware for this particular PLC and the cards. All right, we'll go through network connectivity shortly. And anytime you see a diagram in OTbase that is dynamically drawn every 24 hours based on the discovery. So any topology, any of these diagrams you see are dynamic in nature. Therefore, they're accurate. Then you can look and see the base firmware version of the PLC is outdated as well, right? If you jump into security, you'll see there are no known exploits for this particular device, but there probably are vulnerabilities associated, and there's 10 of them. Let's start with the criticals. You can see that there are 2 critical vulnerabilities. Here's your vulnerability profile. I'll just touch on this briefly. Your criticality, your base score, CVS vector, the description, your links, and then all the devices affected with this particular vulnerability. So why is this important? Because without this and having a comprehensive inventory, it's impossible to handle those service notifications that come in from the vendors. Rockwell sends out a service notification that says, hey, you need to update the firmware for this. It fixes some fatal flaw. Great. Where is it? I don't know. How many devices do I have that need it? I don't know. Does it touch in my critical systems? Without a comprehensive inventory, you just waste time trying to figure this out, and you'll never get it done. Quickly, with OTbase, you could just type in that device, or type in the range of devices. It'll find them automatically. And you can say, okay, guys, here's my work order. I need these devices updated. All right. So any questions on a PLC? Sure. The clicked on what? Oh, yeah, right here. Right. So the KEV are known exploited vulnerabilities. Those are the ones that could be exploited. Yes. So by default, OTbase tracks vulnerabilities as known exploited first because that's your higher priority. Those are the ones that could cause you problems, right? So by default, there aren't any of those, but there are 10 total vulnerabilities ranging from critical to medium. And those are the ones I showed before. All right. So we've looked at a PLC. Let's look at a workstation. Let's grab one of these guys. There's a Semantics desktop. Once again, there is the floor mat. The vendor, the model, the version, it's a desktop. And see the obsolescence cycle here? Very important. It's end of life. Because having a comprehensive inventory allows you to search for obsolete devices. Your CPE for vulnerability matching, a serial number, description, and right here, if you look in software, because software is inventoried as well, you can see it's Microsoft, Windows 7, Service Pack 1, and it's phased out. Also, there's not many applications on here, but all software that's on the device is inventoried. So you can see the version and what's installed. If we jump down into security, you can see that this device has McAfee installed for security. It's sitting on 90 vulnerabilities, known exploitable vulnerabilities. If I uncheck this, I'm sure it'll be 3 times that or more. Yeah, okay. 2,300 total vulnerabilities on this machine that's only running 3 pieces of software because of the Windows stuff. And they range from critical to high. So anything you see in this list here, anything that is orange represents a known exploit. All right. So any questions on Windows workstation?
On the life cycle phase, if it's not end of life yet, will it show a date it'll be end of life?
So we have ratings to let you know, so that we have phased out, discontinued, and I can send you the breakdown of that. So you'll see if it shows up and phased out, it's 6 months or a year, whatever that range is. We don't tell you that exact date. So, and the reason why is because vendors never standardize that, right? Microsoft could say, okay, phased out means 6 months. Rockwell could say 6, just 6, not time. They can give you a code that says 6, and you have to figure. So what we've done is taken all that information together and just came up with a standard form to let you know the life cycle of devices.
We want to see actual this is purely inventory.
Sorry, I didn't know.
Is there a vulnerability management element to it where you've got all of these, but which ones do we patch and which ones you don't?
Yeah. So with that, what I showed you there was just the device level vulnerability. So what you were talking about is system level, global vulnerability management. So this allows you to look at all of the CVEs. And you know, it's impossible to do this. This is not something you can do, but what you can do is prioritize your work. Since we've been talking, there's probably been another couple CVEs that's been released. So you'll never catch that. But what you can do is harden your environment and work on the ones that are important to your installation. So yes, to that point. So you can look at this globally and say, okay, well, this particular vulnerability is one that's important to you, for instance. Here's your severity, your CVS base, your CVS vector when it was published. And there is a known exploit for this particular one. So let's pretend this is one that's important to you. Right, there are your description, here are your links, here are your patches, so remediation is here as well. And because you have a comprehensive inventory, here's where the devices are. So you can actually see in my Flat Rock facility, I got 15 devices, and let's see if any of them have been patched already. Well, we've already patched one of them. So to your point, that would be one way of remediating the issue. But back to what I said before, we were talking about known exploits. By default, we look at those first. So if you look at the top over there, you see the number of CVEs is 279. That is with known exploits. If I uncheck this, this is where the trauma hits. There will be 9,000 times the number of affected devices, hundreds and thousands. It's not possible to patch you out of that. But by having a real inventory, you can start to prioritize your work. So maybe one of those ways is let's work on the ones that have known exploits, right? Maybe that's the way you start. Maybe another way you start is look at the software in my installation that has the most vulnerability associated with it. Smart guys will get you, you probably figure out what it is. Windows 7. So in this case, because you have that inventory again, you can see that we have 72 instances of Windows 7. If you double click on that, you'll see it's end of life. There's your CPE, as well as it's counting those vulnerabilities, and most important, where those installations are. Okay.
So did they bring Windows 7 above Windows XP on that list? On that, so there's a number of devices.
The number of vulnerabilities, not the number of devices, just the number of vulnerabilities. That's where that V score comes from. Right. So quickly, we'll jump back into inventory. Was there any questions? Because we deviated. Is there any questions while we're in here? Yep. All right. So let's look at a switch. So managed switches are inventoried as well. Once again, you have your map. And you have your vendor, your model, your version, your type. This is an obsolete or being phased out device. Your CP for vulnerability matching as well. And let's find a bigger switch than this guy. For a nice port list here. Let's see. Cisco. Yeah, this will have it. So also, you have your port list here. So your port list, the negotiated speed, and what's connected to that as well. So you can easily say, what is this device that's connected to the switch at that port? Oh, that's a via virtual machine with all the information I showed you about that machine before. So where it's located, it's critical to engineering. It's been given criticality, as well as all the other information we showed before.
Criticality, explosion, security, and so on. Is there any linking to the vulnerability, absolute remediation for those?
Absolutely. So that's user definable. So you would assign criticality to the device, and then you can also assign that to a group based on your business needs. So in this particular device is critical to engineering, right? So if you were to look at that system instead of the device, because a lot of times you're not going to be looking for a device, look for a system, you could easily pull that critical systems and work the vulnerability from that angle as well.
So let's say popular devices for security and so on, with the vulnerability management, and somehow get that information.
There's a relationship between all those fields, right?
The floor plan?
Yeah, so a lot of times customers like this right here, floor plan, right? This right here, this image. This one you're talking about? Yeah. So a lot of times what customers will do is upload floor plans. And we
You're showing, where there's a system value, you're showing that it's pointing to unit 4 system.
Oh, the location? Yes. Yeah, so the location data. And I think it's probably here as well. Where we showed, I think it was that Windows machine, right? It was it's probably any of these probably work the same way. Like here, where you're saying where it says right here. So this map right here is uploaded by the user, the customer. So they'll take their floor maps and use that discovery, because discovery, which we didn't talk about, that's the whole part of this, it has location data. And you can use that location data to populate these maps as well. So it makes it a lot more useful. I mean, if you're going to go all into creating an inventory, go all in to create an inventory, go ahead and take the time to do the logic behind the scenes and populate these maps. So that's where that comes from.
So that location, is it based on like IP ranges?
It's by the discovery. So you would install a discovery node in that environment,
Yeah.
and you would tell it, okay, I am responsible for these devices. As it discovers those devices and pushes that information up, we carry that information, carry the location data.
Okay, so it's based on, you told the node, hey, you're this area, and
Yep.
the node, everything it discovers from that point.
Exactly right. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll show you. It actually will tell you which discovery node discovered the information as well. So the device. And that goes back into your another feature of unseen devices. So if you have a bunch of devices and one's not seen, the discovery node says, wait, I didn't see this device. The last time I saw it was this, and here's all the information about that as well. So if a system goes down, it's not real time, it's every 24 hours, but you will get notification that the device was unseen. And that's where that comes from.
On the switch, where
Yeah.
it's showing connected devices and that list, and
The port list?
to go to the
Mhm.
ports. Are those the DNS names, or what are those?
That's the machine names.
That's the machine names.
That's the machine names, yep. So I know we're getting close on time. Was there any question? Briefly touched over a quick walkthrough of how real inventory asset management, a comprehensive inventory works. All right, guys. That's it. Well, thank you.
If you want to understand what OT asset management really means and what it is all about, it helps to go back in time and get an understanding of how that whole OT field actually evolved, how that digital OT, that networked OT came into being, how it got that importance that it enjoys right now. So it all started with the capability to process the data from your equipment, from your sensors, actuators, etc., that you could process all that information on computers. And certainly at a time when computers became considerably cheap. You are no longer talking about mainframe computers or those mini computers. So we are talking about personal computing. We were talking about networks. It was all about the process data. And that yielded a lot of value for the asset owners that they thought, well, fantastic, let's have more of that. And so they got more process data. And that continued to a point where we are now, where organizations struggle to actually understand what they got when it comes to the infrastructure. And that is the blind spot that OT asset management addresses. So the whole development of OT was always focusing on process data, on the content, if you will, in modern parlance, right? It was focusing on the content. And OT asset management, on the other hand, is focusing on infrastructure. Certainly, you need a proper infrastructure so that this content is reliable, it's accurate, it's timely, etc. Right? And that is the big divide or the big shift in your attention when you want to understand what OT asset management is really about. It's about your infrastructure that is made up of hardware, software, and networks. OT asset management does not focus on those transient data flows that go back and forth. So for asset management, that's an externality. Therefore, it also does not focus on anomaly detection. And that's another thing where it helps if you apply this lens, where it helps you to separate OT asset management from ICS detection, as an example. You can clearly see that in the beginning of OT security as an industry, we saw that same mindset. We have to focus on data content. This is what anomaly detection is all about, right? But this is not what OT asset management is all about. In asset management, you focus on configurations. You focus on considerably static asset properties. You don't focus on data content. And for that reason, well, you are concerned with a very reliable and accurate determination of the various firmware versions that you have installed, the network topologies, etc. And now here is the interesting twist of events, I would say. You can make the argument that this focus on infrastructure gets you to a much better place when it comes to OT security, because now you can really focus on vulnerability mitigation, on long-term vulnerability mitigation. Since all of those CVEs, by the way, how many are there if you look at the present total of CVEs, it's roughly about 250,000, okay? No, that's quite a lot. So that gives attackers a lot of stuff to work with. And all of these, their importance, the question, are you affected by these CVEs or not? All of these can be answered just by looking at your infrastructure, period. You don't need to look at data content. It's all about the infrastructure and configuration. And this is what OT asset management brings to the table. So as opposed to focusing on the data that moves back and forth on the wire, that's a different area of OT security that we have focused on for much too long. So in other words, I could say that the same mistake was made as with OT as a whole, that users were obsessed with data content. And I mean, that's not a criticism, because certainly it was valuable. It was so valuable that but that is where the problem comes in, because all that development of OT and OT networks in factories, etc., was not properly governed. It was not properly planned. It was just done as yet another bolt-on extension of existing networks. It was done without any systematic planning. It was done without any risk management, if you will, right? So what would the consequences be? It was done without any change management. And that's the big issue that needs to be resolved today, because asset owners find themselves in a spot where they just totally lost track of what they have. So the fate of the enterprise is built on something that they no longer fully understand. That is the issue at hand, right? And why do they no longer understand that? Because the complexity just went totally overboard. Let's start with a very simple question. How many networks are we talking about in a typical manufacturing environment for, let's just say, a mid to large size factory? But it's certainly more than 5 or something that you would expect on the IT side. Let me tell you, usually it's a couple hundred. You didn't know that as the asset owner? Oh, sorry, or you should, right? And beyond that, you should exactly and specifically know what is connected to those networks. You should exactly know all the gateways, all the routing paths that are possible. You should exactly know about all the characteristics of these networks, their purpose, what are the endpoints in there for, right? What operating system versions are those endpoints running? Are those VFDs? Are those sensors? Are those Office PCs? What do you have? Well, guess what? Some asset owners are surprised when they introduce an asset management system. Oh, we didn't know, but we have so many networks we have never heard about, and then we have found PLCs on the enterprise network. That is a regular observation, and that gives you an idea about the overboarding complexity that has led to this scenario where asset owners completely lost track. And the bottom line is, this problem has become so big that there is no way that you could solve or even address that problem by using Microsoft Excel and a bunch of guys that you send around and they try to collect a manual asset inventory. It doesn't work, right? So this is where you definitely must use an automated OT asset management solution such as OTbase. This is what we're doing. This is what OT asset management is all about. It's about the capability to understand your OT infrastructure and also to assess if that infrastructure is configured properly in respect to OT security. So when you think about your attack surface, and also in respect to efficiency, in respect to maintainability, all of that comes into play because let's just say you have all those high-flying dreams about the digital transition and the Industry 4.0, but how would you ever be there by simply bolting on another network? So that's not going to cut it. So you must be able to furnish a strategy. And this is something that you can only do based on data. And the OT asset management system is that platform that yields this data.
All right, so for this session, we're going to be talking about the ServiceNow Service Graph Connector for OTbase. So we won't go to the store because that involves some other login processes, but once you've downloaded the app, which is currently available on the store, the first thing you're going to see is the guided setup, which I'll actually show you how to get to that over here on your nav bar. So we have OTbase on the side, we have our setup. The guided setup is a quick and easy process for configuring the very few things that we need to configure to get this up and running, primarily your credentials, and then you can test your REST API from here. We won't go through all this because anybody familiar with ServiceNow is going to be familiar with this for the most part, but the guided setup makes getting the Service Graph connector up and running pretty straightforward. We have a couple of additional options here in this setup that allow you to do some other things, such as configure a scheduled import if you want to run this daily or weekly or whatever you want to do, or change the short code length, which is useful for our data set that comes in. We have location short codes, and sometimes our customers need more than the default ServiceNow value of 3, so you can come in here and you can change that to something longer to suit your business need. Once the Service Graph is the Service Graph connector is set up, and you've gone in and pulled your data in, what you wind up with is a number of tables that have been populated within ServiceNow, one of which being the OT entity list table. And so this shows you all of the information that we've pulled in through the REST API, through our mid server into ServiceNow, and it's now available here to look at, manipulate, go into each one of these records, populate all your dashboards, and really integrate all this into your existing ServiceNow workflow if you have one. In addition to the entity list table, we have our configuration items, which really houses everything you have in ServiceNow configuration item wise. I just have this filtered down to discovery source, OTbase. And then we have some additional tables such as our hardware CMDB CI table, showing more specifically the hardware side of things. These will be all of our devices from OTbase. Again, once again, drilled down by discovery source. And then we have, we'll get to that in a minute. So we have our configuration items. In addition to that, with the Service Graph Connector, we've built a vulnerability response application that's an add-on to the Service Graph Connector. And what that gives you is some discovered items. This comes in from the vulnerability part of it. And basically what we do is we use your existing SGC data to reference with the vulnerability application, to cross-reference that data with the vulnerability database from NVD and CISA. That all comes in and is matched and cross-referenced and populates these tables so that ultimately we have a list of vulnerable items coming from that data set that can be managed in this vulnerability dashboard. And these watch topics over here were created by me, but you can do your own watch topics. As you see, basically a watch topic is it's a filtered set of results. So if we look at this, our top level is vulnerabilities on OT assets. We have exploits available, which would be known exploits available. And then we have those on external facing assets, which anyone familiar with OTbase knows that would be your devices that are specifically tagged as being public facing out there and can communicate with the internet. Within this, we have our impact CIs, distinct vulnerabilities, vulnerable items. All of these give you a snapshot of your vulnerabilities exist out there on your OT assets. But let's back up for a minute and go back to the Service Graph Connector and look at our industrial workspace. So this was created using the data that we pulled in from the Service Graph Connector. And it shows us basically a high-level snapshot of the OT vulnerabilities, the vulnerability risk, vulnerable items by state, currently all of which are open because we haven't started any investigation. Actually, I think one is under investigation. Yeah, there it is, one. And it gives you just a nice high-level overview of everything you have that you've pulled in from your service, from your OT-based instance into ServiceNow. And then obviously, again, this is all great because you can really integrate your OT-based data into your existing ServiceNow workflow and have teams that are familiar with this platform be able to look at the OT-based data and then manage incidents related to those OT assets. Any questions so far? No? Okay, so moving on then, looking at this, we can obviously click on any of these and drill down into it to see what OT assets we have here. And we can drill down into any of these sections and drill down further. Same thing with state. All of these are interactive widgets that allow us to drill down and see a list of all of that. And so basically what this application does, like ServiceNow integrations, is we pull all the data in from OTbase, and it's available in these tables like the OT entity table, the configuration item table, for you to do many things, anything you want with it, right? Depending on your existing workflow. We leave that up to the customer and how they use ServiceNow and how they envision seeing that OT-based data in there and then using it and managing incident response or vulnerability management within there. Yeah, so that is kind of the high-level overview of the Service Graph Connector. Very easy to install, very simple. Couple of configuration items, few dependencies that you might need to install to get that up and running. Once you have it in there, you get all of this data that you can use. And then same thing with the vulnerability, very little configuration involved in that. The bulk of the configuration on the vulnerability side is going to be configuring your dashboards, as it will be with the Service Graph Connector. Once you have the data in, there's a number of different things you can do with it to see it the way you want to see it, interact with it the way you want to see it. The vulnerabilities being a prime example of that. A lot of different ways you can filter your vulnerable items. These are the three we thought were the best for our use case. This is what we set up, but you can really use this to filter down to, maybe I want to see vulnerable items on a specific location. I could do that. And then from there, I could create a remediation effort. So I could say, oh, I want to name this vulnerabilities on flat rock OT assets. So then I start that process. And from there, it generates the tasks. And you can assign those tasks out to your ServiceNow team or to your team out in the field to go out and upgrade that firmware or remediate whatever other vulnerability might exist on that asset. Any questions about the dashboard here or anything like that? Yep. Okay. Well, this is pretty much, what you're going to see with this. Again, a lot of the ServiceNow, what you're going to do with it is really dependent on context of your existing workflow and how you foresee interacting with it. The basic installing the app, pulling the data in, that's all very simple. There's not a whole lot to demo there, but this is something that is highly requested by a lot of different customers in the field, and it's growing in popularity. You have your leadership coming down saying, hey, we have all these in ServiceNow. Can you integrate with ServiceNow? The answer is yes, we do have an integration with ServiceNow, and it pulls in all of what we've decided over the last year or so, the most relevant data that you would want to see in ServiceNow, so that we're not, pulling in unnecessary data points. Any questions? Anything to add? Anybody? No? All right. Well, that's about it for ServiceNow. Yeah, it's, we could go in and demo actually remediating some of these tasks. But, I feel like that's a very team-specific workflow, and everybody's going to have their own ways of doing things. But in general, I'll kind of walk through that process since we do have time. Let's say I want to create a remediation effort. So let's just call it that. Let's say OT asset remediation test. We're going to do no task will be created for this. All right, but we're going to create that remediation effort. Great. So now we have this remediation in progress, right? And in here, we can create and assign tasks, specific to that remediation project, the overall project, right? And this allows your team to come in here and have a nice dashboard to look at what's open, what's in progress, what the status of that is. And then, we might come over here once we have a list of what we need to remediate. We might look at our vulnerable items. So I come over here and I find that vulnerable item within this list, and I might start my investigation on this vulnerable item. And then we have the different statuses that we can check. So awaiting implementation. We know how to fix this. We've assigned somebody to it, but the task hasn't actually been completed yet. So we're going to put that as awaiting implementation. Somebody might request an exception. And so we'll put that in there. But for the most part, we're going to assign it out. It's going to get resolved. And then you're going to come in here and mark that resolved. And, we'll just say firmware upgraded on 3/5/2024. Resolve that. And then we're going to close it. Fixed. And so what this will do is it'll close the vulnerability and reopen if found. So when you pull in your data regularly on a weekly basis or whatever you want to do, there's some logic built into that to check and see whether or not that vulnerability still exists, and then it will repopulate into your dashboards. If not, it will be considered closed, and then when you go to refresh these dashboards on whatever interval you do so, then that will no longer show up in this list. So you'll see the vulnerable items slowly go down over time as you remediate those vulnerabilities. Any questions about that process? No? Okay.
Can you show us what a PLC looks like with all the I/O modules on the back?
Yes, we can. Yeah. So let's go to look at our hardware table. And we want to see a PLC, so let's go ahead and show matching so we can see all of our PLCs. How about a Rockwell Automation? We'll click on the name there. Okay, so this brings up all of the data that we've populated from OTbase. We have our install status, manufacturer, firmware version, serial number, all of that, our description, and then down here we have some related items, and the tables relate to each other in such a way that you can see what is related to this PLC. And then down at the bottom we have some tabs where we can see our associated IP addresses, the networks that it might, network adapters, what equipment model entity that might belong to. In this level, in this case, it's a production line level. We can see our software installed, our OT vulnerability or vulnerable items. So this will be all of your vulnerable items associated with this specific PLC. And then if there's any memory modules or OT control modules or any of that, we're going to see that here as well. And we can click into this to see our equipment model entities that we've built. But let's go back and look at, here we go. So this is within the equipment model entity table. We're viewing the ISA model. We can see all the vulnerable items, OT assets. This is the hierarchy. We're not looking at that one specific at this point. We're looking at it in the context of the hierarchy. So we can see that here, how that all relates in this kind of somewhat topology map we have here. Yeah, okay. And within this, of course, we can drill down and see there's 38 industrial drives. Well, what if I want to expand that? Let's do that. And I reach the limit of max relations, but yeah, so yeah, this is everything you want to do in ServiceNow. You have the data from OTbase to be able to work with that in the way that your team sees best. Any other questions or anything else you want to see? Yes.
Does it support bringing in any custom fields in their OTbase? Like if we have a customized for this equipment, we feed that in.
Custom fields, I think that would probably be a case-by-case basis. Yeah. Yep. For now, out of the box, we've pulled the most relevant as we've determined fields out of OTbase you might need. But yeah, there will always be custom requests. I think if there's a need for that or a use case for that, then obviously we can talk about making those adjustments on a case-by-case basis.
It also needs to be supported by ServiceNow, right?
That's correct.
And I think the issue is that if you add something to the fields, to the standard fields that are defined in ServiceNow, you would.
And that's a good point as far as customizing your OT-based service graph connector. There are some, out-of-the-box fields and relationships in ServiceNow that exist, and to some degree, those can't be modified because you're modifying a broader system. So yeah, definitely, it's always worth the conversation, and if it can be, and if we can work with ServiceNow to make that customization happen, then we can do that.
On the remediation tasks. You see that? So these are just like, just regular subtasks within ServiceNow.
Yeah, so if I was to go back to the dashboard, I don't know where I hit it. We can get back to it really quickly over here. We'll go to the Vulnerability Manager workspace. So the remediation task would be, remember when I created that remediation effort, right? So I actually have one open here, so we'll just go to that one. The remediation tasks would be within here. So when you create new tasks, then if there's a remediation task on that specific item that we're looking at, it would show up here. So in this case, there's not, so you're not going to see anything. But yeah, it's kind of like a lot of things in ServiceNow. There's multiple ways you can view everything. You're going to see it in the dashboard, but it's also in the tables, and then on the record within the tables. It all ties together such that if we had opened those remediation tasks and it applied to this device or this, then you might see it here. Yep. Any other questions? No. All right. Well, I think we'll leave it at that then. Yeah. Thank you.
Unfortunately, most people consider the go-to strategy for vulnerability management patching. But that's IT style thinking. In OT, it doesn't actually give you a lot of mileage. And why is that? Let me point you to a very drastic. There was a vendor product notification about specific models of static switches. And in their advisory, they tell you it's a security advisory for a new vulnerability in Stratix 5800 and 5200 switches. And now comes a direct quote. As of time of publication, no patch is available for this vulnerability, and multiple cases of active exploitations have been observed. Like, in other words, guys, sorry to tell you, but you are just finding yourself in your worst case scenario. So there is this vulnerability, it has been exploited, and no patch is available. Congratulations. So that is a real life story. You must factor something like this in. And what does this tell you? You cannot always bet on patching. So let's just assume, even if you had the capability, which most organizations don't, then if the patch is not available, then obviously you cannot patch. So that tells me that you must have alternative strategies. And usually those alternative strategies are a little bit more efficient because any patching regime is certainly not a long-term strategy, right? Because it's just for this latest vulnerability, for this latest CVE, then you have fixed the problem. But everybody knows that tomorrow or next week or next month, you might be plagued with new vulnerabilities. So then you go through that patching cycle again. So that is not really sustainable. So the alternative strategy here would be, as in most cases, to furnish a network segregation strategy, just for example. And that will give you a more sustainable approach to your vulnerability management. Hey, welcome back. In this next presentation, we are going to look at the obsolescence management in OTbase. What are we talking about here? Just consider that a lot of your devices, maybe hundreds or thousands, are in your facilities for maybe 20, 25 years, and that there is a high chance that you will no longer be able to buy any spare parts or replacement parts for those devices, for these products, which are technically obsolete and which are just out of the supply chain. So that creates a cyber risk in its own right. So when we think about cyber risk, it's not only about all those evil hackers that might cyber attack your facilities. There are also other types of cyber risk that have a direct
effect on your business continuity. And one of these risks is obsolescence, product obsolescence. At some point in time, a couple of these devices, which are 25 years old, might actually break or just corrode away. And then when you find yourself in a position when you can no longer get any spares and replacement parts, then you might face an extended downtime. So what are you going to do about this? Well, you want to implement a proactive strategy. You want to keep an eye on which devices are already obsolete, which products, and which products will soon become obsolete. That used to be a very laborious task. Certainly you could try to look this up online. You could check the vendor notifications. You could check the vendor product pages. But at the same time, you would also need to have a good understanding of where those devices actually are, which brings us back to the foundation of everything, which is an OT asset inventory. Now, let's just assume you have your complete and accurate OT asset inventory already because you're using OTbase. Then matching the product data against the vendor's obsolescence information can be automated. And actually, it is already automated in OTbase. And for that reason, in OTbase, it's very simple to pull up this information, which devices are actually obsolete or will become obsolete rather soon. So what we can do, for example, we can go to the hardware products table in OTbase and then simply select, let's just say, devices that are discontinued or end of life. So whatever you want to choose, right? And you see in as the response, as the immediate response, you get a filtered table where you can see right away what these products are, such as the Rockwell 1794 AENT/A, it's end of life. And the other thing that you see in this product profile is where you have these devices installed. In this case, I see right away I have 54 of these guys in the Charlotte plant. And when I open this up, I can even see which control system racks they are associated with. So this is how that works in OTbase. And that will allow you then to furnish your replacement strategy in time, right? There is a lot more to this because besides the fact that you can do that for any product that you see here, this drill down capability, what you can also do is you can generate further analytics about these obsolete products. So for example, when we go to the reporting, I can define reports like I have done here, obsolete products, already attached to the dashboard. So I just need to double click on that widget. And that tells me right away where my obsolete devices are, what the top vendors are, what the top models are. So you see something like the 1794, see something like the ET200S, which would be a Siemens product. And in this case, we have filtered it down for the Flatrock site, so we only see devices in Flatrock. The timeline that you see here is rather typical. So you see slight increases in the numbers over time. And how come? Well, very simple, because over time, more and more devices, more and more products become obsolete. So therefore, if you don't do anything, this graph will only go up. And this is what you want to counter with your replacement strategy. Again, here you see all the devices singled out, and let's just look at another example. So let's just look at this switch, for example, 1783 ETAP. Once that you would look at an individual device, this information about the product lifecycle will also be exposed in the device profile. So here you see the lifecycle phase of the product is phase out, and it's highlighted in orange just to alert you about this, this risk that you are running here with that particular device. Okay, any questions about that? No questions? So then I would say just let's keep it brief, and if you want to learn anything more about this functionality in OTbase, which is becoming more and more important, just come back to our booth, stop by, and let's take a deeper dive into this functionality. Thank you very much. Can we get some video from this laptop? From this one, so that we don't need to look at the stones. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, but unfortunately, they don't relate to the topic. Yeah. Okay, let's get going. So in this presentation, we are going to look at cyber-physical system modeling. And let me give you a brief intro about what that means. If you think about what an asset management system or an asset inventory contains, you would probably first of all think about information about all those individual devices, which is what you would see in OTbase in the OT devices inventory. This is what this table here is called. And for any specific device, you can get the details. Well, all that's nice and dandy. However, there's one problem associated with that. For many use cases, the individual device or the atomic view is really not enough. You need to understand how devices interact, how they form groups, how they form systems. And I mean, that's not a new insight, because whenever you talk to a control engineer, for example, they tell you about their DCS systems, just as an example. They talk about machine lines. They talk about production lines. And this higher level view is super important and interesting for OT asset management, because just for one aspect of it, this is the entry towards any criticality analysis, right? Criticality is usually not associated with one single OT device, but it's associated with a system. That means if any part of that system goes down, well, then you have a problem. And what you try to do is you want to isolate that problem within that system. In other words, we are talking about a very practically important matter, which would be the basis of your network segregation strategy. And why would you need a network segregation strategy? Well, because patching doesn't work so well in OT. So therefore, you need compensating mitigation, and the best shot that you got is network segregation and access control. So now here's the thing. You can approach your network segregation strategy on a with a very dumb approach that only looks at horizontal layers. This is what many people get wrong when they get carried away with the Purdue model, right? The Purdue model is horizontal. But if you would use that as a strategy for network segregation, you might end up in a totally counterproductive environment, right? Because if everything is segregated horizontally and any of these layers is compromised, then the whole joint will go down. That's not what we want. So the goal of any segmentation strategy is that you can localize the cost of compromise. And one way to get there is to understand how your various cyber-physical systems are structured and how they work together, how they are interdependent. And this is what this simple device list does not show you. It can give you all the details about an individual device, but you don't see any relations. Now, this is what we have changed in OTbase with the systems inventory. Okay, so that's another table where the entries that you see here no longer represent individual devices, but they represent systems. That system could be a conversion line. It could also be a water purification plant, as an example. Doesn't matter, right? And also, one thing is important to understand: none of these entries here are automatically generated. Sorry, OTbase doesn't know. But OTbase gives you a means to model those relationships. And we highly recommend that you do, because by doing that, you will get a superb technical documentation of your OT infrastructure and of your whole production environment, where you can finally, after all these years, really see all the relationships and dependencies. So let's see how that looks like. The first thing I would like to point out, very important, this is actually a hierarchy. So you have a couple of entries down below. They're just flat. But let's look at the more interesting systems up here. You can see I can open these entries. And then I see, oh, you know, there's something more. There's something below that. So, for example, in this Flatrock site here, I see 3 different systems. One of these systems is called BIW15. That would be the body and white building or plant in that hypothetical automotive facility. And within that particular building or subcomponent, I see I have yet another layer of subsystems, right? And if you happen to be associated with automotive manufacturing, you say, oh, okay, I see, I understand what that means, right? So this is the body and white production part, and then I have the a subsystem for the deck lights. So in other words, we're pretty much talking about production cells here. This is the cell level, okay? And you can associate those individual components of the system with your devices. Let's see what that looks like. So device profile, excuse me, a system profile for any of these subsystems, I would see, oh, this is where all the devices are physically located in this floor map. And then further down, I see all the networks that are part of this system, and I see the various endpoints, the various individual OT devices, and I can also see the cells where they belong to. And the other thing that I can do is, with my network topology, you may have seen that already. In OTbase, we automatically create network topology diagrams. And when you use the more elaborate topology dialog in OTbase, let's do that rather quickly. This is where you have the opportunity to change the layouts to physical location, to system association, etc. Then you can now see how the OT devices are associated with those different cells. And then you could also see the whole network infrastructure. So, for example, when you would be interested in what connects which, you can always do that. Just hover over an individual component and you see the connections for that component. And as you see, this gives you quite a solid foundation for a segmentation strategy. On the other hand, if I would remodel the same network infrastructure in a Purdue fashion, just a click of the mouse in OTbase, it will look like this. What are we going to do with this? So just briefly, we use color codes to identify different device types. So everything in red is actuators, like in this case, VFDs. And then you're in violet, you have your layer 1 with all the PLCs, and then up there you have the HMIs. Okay, so that's your Purdue model, right? But what does it actually yield when it comes to when you want to design a security architecture? Not much, right? Whereas this system view gives you much more grip on how to actually go about your segmentation. The other thing that I want to show you, and I'm using a different system for that, is how you can now also model the relationships and the dependencies. So let's look at this other system. In this example, we have chosen to model a power plant. So let me zoom in here a little bit. Oops, a little bit tricky with a trackpad here. Oh, damn. Yeah, I would like to have a mouse wheel for this, but I don't. So here you would see we have a power plant with 2 units, 1 and 2. Here we have our turbine. Here we have an electric generator. We have transformers, a condenser, steam generator, feed water system, and a control system. Okay, and the interesting part is that you can now model your dependencies, and you can just use various visualization alternatives, right? So, for example, in this case, we have chosen to model electrical energy in red, whereas all the water-related circuit here that is modeled in, that is visualized in blue, okay? So that it makes obvious sense to the engineer. This is where they can relate to. And then you can add your control dependency so that anybody could see, okay, my control system, in this case, Siemens SPP 3000, it is directly controlling the transformers and the electric generator. And then we have a turbine control system that's embedded here, and we have a turbine protection system that's embedded there. Okay. The interesting thing about this this visualization is that it's also fully dynamic. So I can zoom in and out, and I can also close different parts of it. So if I would say, well, I'm not interested in unit 2, I just want to focus on unit 1, I can do that and just redraw the layout. So to accommodate the use case that I'm presently working on, right? Let me give you another example, different system. Let's just look at a production facility in the food and beverage industry, where I chose to model a filler line for what could be yogurt, for example. This is a little bit more complex. You know, power plants are very simple in structure. It's all about boiling water. And in this case, we have this, the process goes like this. So here I have the raw material handling, where it all starts. And the raw material goes into this mixer unit, this mixer subsystem, if you will. And as you can see, this is redundant. Okay, I have 2 preprocessors, then I have 2 reactors and 2 tanks. And from there, then the material goes down here to the filler. Again, if I want to take a more bird's eye view, I can simply close these subsystems, and then it looks a little bit different. For depending on the use case, it might be easier to understand. Okay, and so here we have filled bottles that go from the distributor to the tray packer, etc. And for anything I want to do, I can change the layout depending on what I want to focus on. Down here we have a quality. So I can document dependencies are. And this is going to be extremely helpful for determining system criticality. This is going to be extremely helpful to identify scenarios where I would say, well, wait a second, here we have some redundancy. And if you're just stupid, we will not take advantage of that redundancy. Right? This happens actually quite often because, as you know, these cyber-physical dependencies are usually not documented. And this is what we want to change. And now this in this new version of OTbase, it's actually possible, and in quite a very simple manner, because now you can document with granularity where the dependencies are and what those dependencies are. And as you see, they are not limited to cyber dependencies. They also include physical dependencies, which is super important because that is what separates OT from IT. I mean, in IT, you don't need a seasoned engineer to educate you about criticality, right? In IT, well, maybe if you've worked in the field for 2 or 3 years, you know already, oh, you know, that big database server, that is important, that is critical. Whereas the workstation for let's just say the guys in the legal department, they are not so critical, because if they all go down, you can still produce your product and can still generate revenue, right? And so that's why these physical relationships, that's why a process understanding, an understanding of the physical process is so super important. So I would put it this way: if anybody tells you about cyber risk, usually it's just a totally vague idea. It's just hanging in thin air. If you really want to understand your risk, where it is in your plant, where it is built in, where it is in, you must go to this deeper level of, and you would also need to do an exercise which would be similar to a FEMA analysis, where you really go through with the SMEs, with the subject matter experts, with the engineers, and just do that as a tabletop exercise. Well, what happens if this component fails? What happens if the control system for this component is compromised, if it goes down or it just malfunctions, right? And the good news is usually the SMEs can answer those concrete questions rather easily. And now you have the tool to put it into a model, right? And that model is going to go a long way when determining your criticality and your mitigation strategies, your prioritization strategies, because all of a sudden it becomes pretty clear what the critical components are. And this helps you to address the most fundamental problem in OT security, which is budget and time. You always need to heavily prioritize, right? So therefore, your measure of success would be, did I focus on the right topics, on the right systems, right? This is at the end of the day where the rubber meets the road. Did you spend your small budget that you have intelligently? Did you really max it out, right? This is all about prioritization. And in my opinion, you cannot make it happen if you don't have a very good understanding and documentation of those cyber-physical dependencies. And this is why we have added this functionality to OTbase, so that it finally is usable, right? Yeah, so that's something that you can now take advantage of in OTbase. Just to make it concrete, you could also filter any of these relationships. I could say, oh, I'm not interested in the material flow for this this analysis at this point in time. So let's just disable that. Let's just focus on the cyber dependencies, right? So you can also do this filtering on a visual layer, and you can just resize it and relay out it in whatever way you seem fit, just to address the use case at hand, to address your present analytical needs. Okay, any questions about that?
Do you have to spend a bit of what sort of inputs coming from the tool? How do you model this?
How do you model this? Yes, that is very simple. Let me show you. So the usability is very important. I get that. So let's take this system right here that we have just looked at. This is the hierarchy that you have just a second ago seen in visual form. And let's just say I want to add a component. I could say, well, in that aromatics dispenser, I have an additional subcomponent. Well, then I just select that aromatics dispenser and click on Add. Okay, now I can add that subcomponent. Let's just say aromatics dosage subsystem, ADS. Done. Okay, there it is down here. But now I also want to express any relationships. Good. Maybe it's not really a good example, but just to show you how that works. So I can go to the edit dialog, and down here I can now define the relations. And the relations always have a direction. So it's either consumes from or provides to, right? Provides to or consumes from. This is the direction of the relation. Where it's the question, where does the arrow point to? So let's just say I say consumes from. Now I can select any of the other systems. Spartanburg, and I just use a silly example here. I use the preprocessor one from that mixer. Then I can select a relationship. I think if you look at these that are pre-populated, well, it makes obvious sense, right? You would expect to have a category for material flow, for example. You would expect to have a category for HVAC, but the thing is, you can totally define your categories or relationship groups, right? So this is editable, and you can also assign the color codes that you like. We don't care. You can assign the line size. You can say, well, this should be a dotted line, right? This should be a solid line, because we want to allow the user to use existing corporate standards if they have them, right? We don't want to impose any new standards in that field. So let's just say this is another conditional material thing, and I can add a more detailed description, right? So I could say, well, this is about the aromatics dosage specifics. Okay, good. Save. System again. Let's look if we can identify any changes. Oh, it's difficult here with that stupid touchpad. It doesn't make it easy for me. Preprocessor, come on. There you go. Right? So here you see that that's the subsystem now of this aromatics dispenser, and the relationship is also exposed here. Right? And if we would say, oh, we just exclude anything else, do another layout, it's easier to see, right? So, but I mean, the point of this exercise was to show this takes you 5 minutes, right? And the other thing that's probably important to understand, that this is not just a graphics thing, right? So it's really about the data. Now you have it in the database, you can expose it via the REST API, and you can run analytics on it. That is going to be the next step, right? So that you can analyze critical dependencies algorithmically. I mean, it's nice that a human expert could tell you, oh, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. So, for example, customers already told us, well, we have identified dependencies that actually are not even necessary, right? That's nice, but it's even better when you don't need a human SME, but that this can be exposed via software, to make sure that you don't miss any critical dependencies that would call for a different type of instrumentation and control, right? So this is what cyber-physical modeling is all about in OT-based inventory 8.1. Any questions?
About that, exposing this information to via APIs to another bit of software so you can do it automatically. Yes. what are the, do you support a particular integration with some kind of software in order to be able to do that? Do each customer take their own option?
Which type of software do you already have that analyzes this type? I don't know of any software product that would do this type of analysis, but I'm confident that there will be some type of software, right? At some point in time, there will be that type of software. And certainly we will also go beyond the foundational visualization, and we will work in the direction of some automatic analytics built into OTbase inventory. But I can tell you one thing, with any kind of data that you will find in OTbase, you can export pretty much anything, and it is used heavily by customers, right? And for different use cases, obviously. So it's used for a SIEM integration, so that when you're working with Splunk, for example, you get all the additional contextual details about the alarms, etc., that you're going to get. And I'm just expecting that customers will also want to be able to export this type of information and analyze it in other tools that they have, or that they maybe they will custom write these, they will custom develop these tools, right? That would be another option. So as you can imagine, once that you can export the data via a REST API, or then just write I don't know, 100 lines of Python code, and you can apply any type of analytics that you want. All right, so it doesn't even have to be a standard tool, which I wouldn't know right out of my head what that tool would be or what it would be called. But just imagine the possibilities where you can write code to actually analyze those dependencies.
One of the things we did technology telecoms environment in an offshore. The level of detail, like they'll tell you it's business critical, they'll tell you it's safety critical. Safety critical means because it's important for safety case for the vessel to operate and any incident impacting that you have to report to the regulator. But then like, it might be safety critical, but then you've got to look at the contingency matrix for how, like, let's say the system goes down, what do you have? Or let's say a PAGA system, you might go a muster for everybody if it goes down. Or a radio system, you might have a backup feature, those sorts of things.
Yeah.
And then you go down that, that's when the criticality actually changes, right? The
Yes.
system itself might be safety critical, but there's also redundancies or backups for those. I think this is not a way of putting those sorts of models together, where you might have two different packages or systems for a different reason, but you're relying on another one, on one of those.
Yes.
The system goes down, which is good to have those.
Yes.
I think my general things are all the ideas. I think products are the same. Where it matters is how much effort you put into make them work for you. I think it's similar in terms of you do this properly, you have the contextual information and make detection much more relevant. In terms of the input that you need, where do you get this from? Do you look at line diagrams and develop this? So I'm looking primarily from a consulting perspective.
Sure. So yes, so all of those would be good inputs. I can tell you our experience so far is customers with whom we have discussed this in the development stage said, well, that's fantastic because we don't have anything like this so far at this point, right? So if you have P&IDs, for example, well, congratulations. That's a good start, right? But as it happens, not every asset owner has this level of documentation, and they see the opportunity to finally go there. And certainly, you wouldn't necessarily find P&IDs in manufacturing. You would find in the process industries. Manufacturing, that's a different story. And what we have also found is that the local engineers, they could tell you for their system, oh, you forgot this relationship right there, right? It's probably going to be an exercise where a consultant comes in handy. We did this type of analytics a lot with our customers when we still did consulting, right? So for a couple of years we were out of the consulting space, but back in the days we were simply sitting down with the SMEs in order to try to identify those dependencies, and that is an exercise that works pretty well. If you have the guys on the table who understand the system, then you ask them a couple of questions, and then you can end up with your diagram in a matter of, let's just say, an hour, right? And then the beauty of it is, especially in such an interactive scenario, where you get immediate feedback from the SMEs, right? So they can make their corrections, etc. And once that is available for any other user, other users might also give their feedback and say, well, is this really correct? I think there is something missing. So that is usually how that goes. In other words, it's a use case where, in our experience, a consultant comes in very handy because he knows how to mediate this process and how to gather the necessary information from the SMEs who probably never actually thought about that to such detail, but they do have the information. Let me give you a very simple example of an application where you immediately see the value of this type of modeling when it comes to determining cyber risk, which is something that most people who come here are interested in. You know, what we have found is that in many cases, the experts miss a couple of super important dependencies, and that would be in manufacturing the so-called support systems. You know, something very mundane, such as pressured air or such as steam, right? Oh, we didn't think about that, but as it happened, if that stupid machine goes down, the whole facility is experiencing downtime. This is where this type of analysis provides a lot of value, right? And it's also a good point to show you that you really have to understand the cyber-physical interaction. If you only look at cyber and at networks and that data that goes back and forth, you miss the point, because you will never be able to do a solid criticality analysis. And that is what this is for.
One of the things we did for my company was look at critical space. Critical space was primarily defined by what they had in their asset management plan. So we did that for their port operations. And primarily we're relying on information on SAP and things like that. My issue with that is those sorts of information that might be throughout the day that the asset was commissioned or the system was commissioned, but kind of changed. And the biggest example of that is how criticality and change. Remote access previously in the environments wasn't known. COVID, they couldn't send people up to the rigs and all that, so they said we need to change. So a lot of our work right now in this companies has been, okay, we commissioned the assets 6 years ago. Things have changed, common rebaseline for us. And one of the elements we are telling clients to think is rethink your asset management plans, rethink your asset criticalities. I think this could definitely be something like that. So, for example, we're looking at a water filter system that provides fresh water on the Olympics facility. It blows my mind that it takes about 7 days to get the replacement filters, and that they didn't have a spare PLC on the floor ready to be plugged in if things go wrong. You don't have fresh water in Norway. Yes. So it's those sorts of conversations.
Yes, absolutely. And it's also a good point to highlight the fact that if you only look at vulnerabilities and CVEs, well, you're missing the point, right? So you must also address criticality. And what you're going to find is you can be talking about the similar device somewhere else, you know, just 5 meters apart, and it's a totally different thing when it comes to cyber risk. And also you made a good point where cyber risk is not only associated with vulnerabilities, but also with other factors such as product obsolescence. Okay.
And welcome back. Today we're going to talk about topology and how that's handled, network topology and how it's handled in OTbase. Topology is really interesting because it's one of those things where a lot of companies don't have accurate maps. And the reason why is just because it's time consuming. It's very difficult to get. And by the time you hire consultants and people to get the stuff data, it's outdated by the time it's done. So by using OTbase, you have dynamic topology maps that change when devices change on a 24-hour cycle. So let's just assume that you have OTbase. You have an accurate inventory. Now I can show you how you can utilize that to get accurate topology maps. All right, so we'll jump into our inventory. We'll go over to networks. And networks are also part of the inventory in OTbase. The type of network as well. So for this example, I will go to a network. And first, I'll show you what that inventory of the network looks like. So in this case, there's a site map that's been uploaded, as well as a topology, and I'll get to that in a second. But you can also see the address space and the utilization of this network as well. You can also see your free IP addresses by range and individual, and any reserved IPs as well. And then there's the entire address list, right? Anything in OTbase is underlined, you can click on to get more information. So if you want to know what is this particular device, click on it. That is an L2 switch. And there is the information about it. There is your floor map, as well as the fact that it's obsolete, etc. Right? So if we go back to that topology diagram, and all these topology diagrams, like I mentioned, are dynamic in nature. So they change based on the discovery cycle. So let's just say a PLC moved. The next time that discovery cycle went through, all your diagrams would change to show where that device is as well. So in this instance, anything in gray is a network device. Your purple are PLCs, pink are actuators, and blue are workstations. So in this case, you have a big switch. Click on it. There's more information about this L2 switch, as well as looks like a couple PLCs. There's a PLC, a Rockwell PLC. Right? So that's one way to look at this topology. Another way would be to grab more than one network and do a dynamic topology. So I choose two networks. Now I'm going to generate that. And it takes a second because it's actually being generated now. So let's zoom in and see what we got here. First, you see your device level rings here as well. There's that big switch, and here is that diagram. So we're looking at connections now. But let's just say you wanted to look at your IP networks. Let's look at that view. So look at our IP networks. So here is that view, and here's your logical network. There's your device level rings, and you also can see the physical connections as well. Right? But let's say, well, I really want to know what this looks like in the Purdue model. You can change the view to represent that as well. And there's your Purdue model drawing. Now, all of these diagrams can be exported. GraphML, GraphML, Visio, SVG files, so you can modify them as well. All right. Any questions?
Now you're relying on me here.
Anybody in the back, any questions? So just to recap, if anyone has any questions or you're thinking about it, you were able to dynamically generate these topology diagrams and things like that because you have a comprehensive inventory. Without that, it's a manual process. And if it's a manual process, it's never going to be correct.
Now I see up there you have protocols and observed data flow. What do those views look like?
So if we jump into, you'll see the actual protocols as well. So here's the protocols, the ports as well. And so when you're talking about that observed data flow, part of the protocols used is SFlow and NetFlow from the switch data, and that's where that comes from.
Gotcha. Okay. So
You can even see one net protocol machine left in the last time.
Yeah, that's nice. So does that create? Okay, actually, that answers the question, right? Yeah. So you'll have a unique entry per IP pair per protocol and port rate. Okay.
Anybody else in the back? All right, guys, we'll be streaming all week. If you have any questions, swing by the Moon Room, and thank you.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Anthony Jackson, and today we are going to take a look at the OTbase onboarding program. So, why did we create this onboarding program? It's mainly because we know that no one reads the manual, but you guys will read a quick start guide. So what we've done here is created a step-by-step guide to get you up and running as fast as possible. So what's in it? Let's take a look. So the first things first, one thing that I want to point out is that we have system requirements, because we get a lot of questions about, hey, what device can we use to set up our OTbase discovery and our OTbase inventory? You can check that out in our system requirements for OTbase discovery, for example. Here, we're just taking like a simple off-the-shelf computer that has pretty much like enough memory, hard drive space, and the processing power needed. And these devices can start at like under $100 up to however powerful you guys need it to be. All right. So that's the OTbase discovery system requirements. And when it comes to OTbase inventory, it's pretty much around the same hardware specifications. We also have the architecture, because we know that when you're reading a quick start guide, time is of the essence and you want to get these things up and running as fast as possible. So we've laid out the architecture structure for both discovery, OTbase discovery, and OTbase inventory, which you guys can see here, also included in the onboarding program. Next up, we also have step-by-step instructions. And if you notice right here, we have arrows. Yeah, so that way you can't mess this up, because you are being guided in the direction that we want you to get your system up and running as fast as possible. All right, take a look at that. So these are some examples of our step-by-step guide. All right. Next up, we have educational concepts. A lot of the terms in our platform, you guys have to pretty much wrap your head around. And so we made it easy for you guys to wrap your head around some of these concepts that you might encounter on our system. One of the concepts that we find people have a hard time wrapping their head around is the idea of location. What is a location in OTbase inventory? Let me just pull that up. The location namespace. A lot of, because we know that you guys are face down into your work and you're just like, oh, okay, location. You're talking about this water purification thing or HMI network. And no, that's not the case in OTbase inventory. It's more like physical locations. And when it comes to physical locations, we have our hierarchy where it's like top down, and it pretty much lays out all your physical locations dealing with your company. So for example, Miami, Florida sounds like a location, right? So that's easy for you and your plant workers to realize where things are located. So for example, we can dig deeper. Miami, Florida, building A, control room. These are examples of locations. And to further explain some of these concepts, we've added video, because when your time is of the essence, who wants to read, essentially? So we've added videos that you guys can play and pretty much grab those concepts. The videos are around 2 minutes or so, and it explains everything on the same topic of what you're currently looking at. And then once you're done looking at the videos, at the end of each chapter, we have chapter achievements. The chapter achievements show you what you should have learned when you're going through the guide. All right. So for example, here's a chapter achievement for the location. So at the end of this chapter, you should be able to well define a location namespace, and you should have already added your location IDs inside of OT-based discovery and OT-based inventory. All right. And next up, the structure of the program is very intuitive. It's numbered, so you just go through each step and all the way until you get to the end. And I swear it's just that easy. Some of these topics I like to go over. So we have exporting discovery data to OT-based. We cover that, and how to get your data from OT-based discovery, which is our automatic discovery, into your central database, which we call OT-based inventory. Next up, we have access control. Who are we going to allow to dig through this data? Who in our organization can see sensitive data or just standard data that the plant workers or whoever uses this platform will be able to access? So we go over creating local user accounts, enabling 2 factors because you want to lock it down. And also, next up, another thing that is very important, backup and restore. How do you recover or back up your data so that if any worst case scenario happened, you can easily bring it back up? Next up, data enrichment. Another thing about the data enrichment is that OT-Base allows you to contextualize your data. So if you have data laying in Excel spreadsheets, you can import all of that information into OT-Base inventory. So that way, the users of OT-Base inventory will be able to pretty much understand the data better, especially when you're enriching your data. And then when it's all said and done, you can invite your friends with our user onboarding. So you can create your user accounts, set the permissions, and also customize OT-Base so that it suits your needs. And we're very flexible when it comes to customizations, especially when digging through your own data. All right, and that's pretty much it for our onboarding program. It's very simple, intuitive, and we wanted it to be as easy as possible for you guys to get up and running in no time, because we know that time is of the essence. All right, any questions? Yes. Yes, it's openly available. So whether you are just looking through, seeing how things work, you'll eventually bump into this because it's the first one on the page for the documentation. Can't miss it. You can't miss it. So if you wanted to get up and running as quick as possible, there it is, the onboarding program for you.
And how long does it take a typical customer to bring some data in and be considered through that onboarding?
Well, it usually takes, the fastest I've seen was a week, because some people, they have the data just laying around, but they can't figure out what to do with it. And when we introduce them to the OT-based inventory, well, the OT-based system as a whole, they're able to just grab their Excel files and straight dump it into our system.
Okay.
Mhm. All right. Any other questions? What was that? A plant. A plant. All right. Genuine questions only. All right. So yeah, that's the OT-based onboarding program, and yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, welcome back. Now we're looking at the access control features in OTbase. Why is that very important? Well, very simple. In OTbase, you will collect your global OT asset installed base. And logically, you don't necessarily want every user to be able to see all of the information that's in that global base. And also from a usability perspective, there will be user groups such as local staff in a facility that has no business with OT assets in other facilities. So that is what you want to separate. And the way to make it happen is access management, access control. And I'll show you in this presentation how it works in OTbase. Basically, it's associated with metadata. So if you think about that global OT asset inventory that you will find in OTbase, you can slice it in respect to different dimensions. And one of the most important dimensions would be the geolocation. So there is a location directory in OTbase inventory that shows you all the various facilities, such as there is this flat rock facility with different buildings and different rooms, etc. And now what you can do is you can limit the access for particular user groups to specific areas of that facility or to specific areas of your global geolocation structure. So in other words, I can say, well, this user group is only allowed to see any device within the flat rock facility. This other user group is allowed to see devices all over the USA. And there might yet be other users, for example, especially when you think about OT security experts, who are allowed to see the global scenario. So how do we configure this? In order to do this, we go to the user management pages in OTbase, and we go directly to groups. So the whole concept of access control in OTbase is associated with user groups, because it makes more sense to define access control criteria for a group of people rather than on an individual basis. Now let's just imagine we have singled out one specific group that we now want to configure. And that will look like this. Once that I've selected a group that I first have to define here, obviously, then in the right pane, I can configure the access rights for members of this particular group. So first I click on Edit, and then I can now set all the appropriate access rights here in the right pane. First, I can select the name or can change the name. Then the next checkbox here is very important, because if I check this box, I tell OTbase inventory to simply use the information that I already have in my Active Directory. This is obviously super convenient, because for any company who has already set up their Active Directory structure when it comes to access rights, you can simply reuse that same structure in OTbase. Super handy. So that also means you don't need to maintain a separate user database in OTbase. Usually you would never want to do that, because you already have all the user information in your Active Directory. So we just by checking that box, we link the user management in OTbase to your Active Directory that you already have. So now everybody that logs on via Active Directory and is a member of a group that you already have an Active Directory called engineer and in parentheses external will be subject to those access control criteria that we can now define here. So let's look at all those criteria. The first item is global inventory access. And here you see I can set the permission to none, read, to read files plus, and read write. What does that mean? None means the users, the members of this group, are not allowed to access all the asset information in the global inventory. So that means we can now define specific subsets of specific areas of the inventory that they can access. And we will get to that in a minute, right? If I set this to read or any of the other settings, now members of that group will have access to the global inventory, and you will only want to make that happen for specific, let's just say, super users, administrators, and certainly for the OT security group. So if I set this permission to read, obviously, those users would not be able to change any metadata, any configuration details for the assets in the inventory. If I change this to read files plus, the users of that group will not be able to make any changes in metadata. They would not be able to change, for example, the location of a device. They would not be able to change any descriptive information, but they would be able to attach files to the asset entry in OTbase. That's the only thing that they can do. And in case you didn't know that, for any device entry or device profile, as we call it in OTbase, you can attach any number of files. Those files could be backup files. They could be documentation, such as PDF documents or Excel documents. It could be policy documents, policy information, whatever makes sense for your users. So just like in any other application that you have seen for other use cases, you can simply add any number of files to a device, and then in the device profile, the users will then see that there are these attachments, and they can open the attachments just by a click of the mouse. So this setting allows users of that group to take advantage of this functionality, but they would not be able to make any configuration changes in the asset data. And finally, we have read-write, which would be the highest level of permission, which would allow members of this group to actually make any configuration changes. So to record any changes in metadata. So again, we start here with none because we don't want users of this particular group, in our example, to access the full asset inventory. Then it gets a little bit more interesting because now we can permit a partial inventory access. And here I can really fine-tune the level of access that the users get. It all starts with the same thing that we have just gone through: none, read files plus, or read write. So let's just say I put that on read write, but now I can specify which specific areas of the inventory can be read and modified by members of this group. And so here in this table that follows, you see that you can add criteria in respect to three dimensions of your asset inventory. The first dimension, and probably the most important dimension, is the location, the geolocation. When I open the drop-down, I see basically the OTbase location directory from which I can now pick. So for example, I could give those users access to all the assets within the United States. I could further then limit the access to these to those devices that are associated with a specific physical production process. So, for example, anything when we just as an example, we use the paper production process group. Anything associated with the coating process. When I do this, so now these users will only be able to see and make any changes to assets which are within the United States and associated with the coating. And finally, device group is my third dimension that I can use. And this allows me to further narrow down the access. In OTbase, the device group is something like a wildcard where you can introduce an additional dimension on how you want to control access. And that's basically not predefined. So you can use whatever you want. You can define device groups in respect to specific vendors, in respect to device types, in respect to processes, whatever makes the most sense for you. And then you save that. And as you can see, I can add further access criteria. So I could say, for example, for this group, in addition to allowing them access to devices in the United States, they're also allowed access to devices in Canada or in Asia, like in Japan, okay? So now they're allowed access to the United States and Japan, but in the United States only to those assets who are associated with the coating process. Then the other couple of settings down here are no longer associated with accessing the asset inventory, workflow automation. So this setting right here specifies if those users are allowed to use or even see the change management workflow. You can set that to none, read, or read write. Same thing with the user management. That's obviously very important, because if you set this to read write, certainly those users can change the settings for themselves and for anybody else. So this is one of the most important access control settings. Then we have right here access to the maintenance page. The maintenance page in OTbase allows you to do a bunch of system settings, and you would want to limit the access to that maintenance page to administrators. Then we have access or the permission to import any asset details via the, for example, via Excel tables. So there is a functionality in OTbase which allows you to import information that you pull from Excel data that you already have. Master data, that is about metadata, such as the location hierarchy that you have seen earlier. Obviously, this type of metadata, such as your location hierarchy or process definitions, if you let inexperienced users play around with those settings, you can easily mess up your whole asset inventory in a couple of minutes. So you want to control access to this part of the asset inventory rather closely. And finally, we have the release approval. This is about OT systems such as machine lines, where you can specify right here if members of that user group are allowed to approve an existing configuration. What does that mean? Actually, this is a super handy functionality, because once that you think about commissioning, for example, once that you have determined this machine line now is actually configured to specification, I have verified that using the data from OTbase, then you can approve this configuration just by clicking the mouse. And when you have done that, any change that is picked up by OTbase, anything, be it a firmware update, being a change in the network configuration, will then be flagged. You will be informed that the configuration of this machine line no longer matches the approved configuration, which obviously is a problem, right? So you would then need an authorized user to check if they can reapprove the new configuration. This is what this setting is for. Obviously a critical functionality, so you don't want to permit any user to actually be able to use that feature. So this is basically what the access control in OTbase looks like. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we are looking at the compliance audits in OTbase. And let me give you a brief introduction what that is and why this is super important and useful. So keep in mind that you can only do so much when it comes to specifying what your target configuration should look like. You cannot do that on an individual device basis. You cannot tell for every single device what you would like to see there because it would just be too complex. But what you can certainly do is you can define policies for groups of devices or classes or categories of devices. And by doing so, this makes the whole vulnerability management and effort, and also increasing your cybersecurity posture, it makes that effort much easier because you can reflect on well-known problems and on well-known ways how to avoid or circumvent these problems. And I'll show you how this is actually done. So just imagine, as one example, outdated operating system versions are a pertinent problem in OT because you can only update so much, and certainly you're going to miss a lot of devices which work perfectly fine from a functional perspective. So let's just say your quality control system that's running on a computer on Windows XP or Windows 7 for that matter is just running perfectly fine. There is no need from a functional perspective to make any changes. Certainly, if you put on a cybersecurity lens, that's a different story. And as one use case, what you can do rather in a rather simple manner in OTbase is you can define a policy where you say, well, we must get rid of these outdated operating systems, such as Windows 7 and Windows XP. And why is that very simple? Because in your global asset database, it's in there, so you know already about all those devices that use an outdated operating system. So now it's only a simple database match. And this is very user-friendly in OTbase because you can define this policy, like in this workflow here, where we have already done it, outdated OS. This is our policy, where we have simply said, well, this is prohibited software, either Windows 7 or Windows XP. And once that we do that and open this policy profile, we see immediate results. We see compliant devices and we see non-compliant devices. We see the numbers of these devices, which you also see in this bar chart right here on the lower page. And certainly what you want to make sure is that this information about non-compliance gets to the user. And this is how it's done, because for any device that is non-compliant, users will also see that in the device profile of that device. So if I just, as an example, open the device profile for one of these non-compliant devices, it will have a compliance section down here where you can see all the non-compliance for all the policies that are associated with that specific device. And in our case, it's about 3 policies that have been associated with the device. And there we see, well, first we got this outdated OS policy where the device is not compliant because it's running Windows 7. Then we got another policy. This is about Adobe Flash Player. The device is also non-compliant because it has Adobe Flash running. And then we have a third policy which says that the TeamViewer software is also prohibited. For this policy, the device is compliant because it does not run TeamViewer. It hasn't TeamViewer installed. Okay, TeamViewer would be another application that is problematic in the OT space. You don't want to have that. And this is how you can easily document and audit what's going on, if your devices are compliant or not, if they meet your corporate standards when it comes to secure configurations. Now, the interesting thing about these policies is, and about this audit functionality, is that it's breathing and living, because when I introduce new devices to the inventory or to your network. So first of all, you just let's just say you onboard 3 new networks in your infrastructure, and in some of these networks you will see new devices, and they will have something like Adobe Flash and or TeamViewer installed. Then you will see those changes reflected. So the number of non-compliant systems will go up, and you will get notifications about those new instances, those new devices that are non-compliant. You will get notified about that. In other words, it's not just a static database table, it's something that's being updated by the regular updates from OTbase Discovery. So that means every 24 hours when Discovery imports a new data from new systems, that will also be reflected in the policies, in the policy profiles. And this is how simple and easy compliance auditing is done in OTbase.
platform to another. And let's take a look at what we can do in this, what we can do using the OTbase REST API. So for starters, we have our regular CRUD operations. You can read and retrieve device data from the OTbase API. Now, if your devices were discovered by OTbase Discovery, OTbase, the system will let you know that, hey, you can't change anything. It's currently being monitored by OTbase itself, OTbase Discovery. So any changes that may occur to a certain device, you'll see the same statuses reflect in our API. You can also create and update your device data using our API. And the cool thing about our API is that we have a Python, well, a Postman collection for those of you who just want to jump right in and get started and start pulling and updating data directly from your system without typing any code. Now, we do have some code snippets for Python, and it can be found in our documentation. All you have to do is just copy and paste, entering your username and password. But first, you have to ensure that that particular user has API access, and this is also accessible from OTbase inventory in your settings, in your user settings. So once you got that all situated, you will be able to access the REST API. You can start writing code or using our code snippets found in the documentation. And all it is, you just replace your username and password and start retrieving, updating, and reading the data that's available in your OTbase system. Next up, we have bulk updates. So most of the times you don't want to write code cycling through each and every device or hardware information. You just want to grab everything in bulk, either update it, delete them, or pretty much create new items from them. We have code snippets for that also. So you can see the API requests along with some Python code snippets on what we deem is the correct way to interact with our API. So that there's no guessing. Everything is self-explanatory, and it can all be found within our documentation. Next up, when it comes to deleting data, you have that feature also. All it takes is the device ID and the device ID, your username and password, and you're off to deleting. Now, note that we don't do any bulk deletes because that can cause problems. So you want to make sure that you're deleting the right thing at the right time. Hardware data, you can also be retrieved, updated, and deleted also. And again, we have our Python code snippets for that. All right. And then as of OTbase version 8.0, we've also became more security focused. We now allow OAuth 2 authentication. Originally, we had basic authentication where the user's network system will pretty much, I should take that back, where the security on that was HTTPS, and it was just a basic authentication. But now we have OAuth 2, and by popular demand, people are loving it right now. So that's one thing to look into because, yeah. All right, so moving on. We also allow you to set up and update system data, which is pretty cool. You can see the requests for our systems and also our Python code. And we find that a lot of users are taking the data out of OTbase and applying it to other software systems. So in a way, the API, the REST API, is that connection towards allowing you to push and pull data from OTbase into any other system that you choose. Mhm. Any questions so far? No? No? All right. So yes, have a look at our REST API. If you have any questions, you can always reach out to us, submit a ticket, and we'll be on the lookout for you guys. Thank you.
runs once every 20, and creates an encrypted file and passes it up to OTbase inventory, which resides in the enterprise network. So on-premise solution, right? Once that asset information hits inventory, then it gets contextualized with your lifecycle data, like firmware, product lifecycle, and then all of your vulnerabilities from this system, Microsoft, right? So imagine all of that happening. This is the end result shown up in here, right? So what you're looking at, each row represents one device, okay? And there's a color coding here, and it's probably hard to see on the screen, but your gray are your network devices, blue are your workstations, pink are your actuators, and purple are PLCs, right? So I will just jump and grab you a device profile, let's say of a PLC. Now, what you're looking at here, there's a map that's been uploaded, and a lot of our customers will take a floor map and upload it into OTbase and then use that discovery that we just talked about, because it has location data, to populate these maps. So you have actual idea where these devices are, right? So from this point on, everything is automatically discovered. There's no human intervention in this portion. The vendor, the model, the version, the type, the life cycle, the obsolescence cycle, in this case, it's an active device, the serial number, your CPE for the vulnerability matching as well. Also, the PLC, which cards are on the PLC and what slot they occupy, their vendor, model, firmware, serial number, and description as well. And if you notice in the firmware, we're actively checking with the latest firmware. So not only do you get to see the PLC, but the cards in the backplane as well, right? That's not possible on a passive solution. You would be dead in the water by the time you got to name. So that's why it's important, and that's why active is the only way to get that.
So there's gaps. There's this huge fear of just taking stuff doing the seconds.
So I can talk to that fear because we hear it all the time. Well, we used to. We don't hear as much anymore. Think of discovery as if you were sitting at an engineering workstation, Rockwell Engineering, for instance, and you did an RS2 on a device, right? That's the exact same kind of traffic we generate. If you looked at Wireshark, you wouldn't see a difference because it's the same thing. So if that device were going to crash or topple over from that, it's going to do the same thing with OTbase.
Remember the days of Qualys.
Yeah, we don't do anything like that. It's much more, it's targeted. It's not opening up thousands of spam ports. It's talking directly.
Targeted traffic. First of all, you have to know what type of device is it so that you can start targeted traffic.
So we only use a handful of protocols. Okay. So we're not just blasting it with, it's just a handful of protocols. So you're thinking SNMP version 1, 2, and 3 being encrypted, SSH, WinRM, WMI, Modbus, Profinet, Ethernet IP, Siemens S7, MilSec, etc. So we're not talking thousands of protocols.
Typically, I've seen one of the times is, for example, you look to the image stuff that they used before. So in the environments where they started curving the devices, they say everything is safe, and then some PLC crashes. Because old legacy systems, and the first packet was the wrong packet, and then it crashes. What do you do to prevent this?
We can't say that it'll never happen. It happens very rarely. So in the case where you're concerned about those options, first you can throttle back discovery, right? You can pull back the amount of packets being used for discovery, right? Or you can exclude those devices from discovery altogether. So you can say exclude this IP range, exclude this device from this. Or you can manually add those devices in OTbase. It'll still show up just like I showed here, but you can bypass discovery altogether for those devices. In our practice, that doesn't happen actually very often, but that's where you do the evaluation, you do your proof of concept, or you run discovery in a test environment and test that scenario. But it's very unlikely, it doesn't happen very often.
How is your architecture? Do you have some components inside? So do you only have a central component?
So there is the discovery that's decentralized. So that's as many segments networks you have. So that's, and then there's one inventory, and that's in the enterprise network. So there's only two pieces to this system. One is discovery and the other is inventory. And there's a central inventory for your world's view.
You integrate a service now with that.
Absolutely.
So what's that look like if you've got changes? So the devices either aren't discovered, and what table is it used in ServiceNow?
This guy right here is the who wrote that.
So she can answer probably a little better than I can. He was sleeping in the back.
Integration with ServiceNow. So what table do you generally recommend in ServiceNow to use?
So when we run our when we run our ServiceNow integration,
It's not there anymore now.
basically that brings all of the data into the CMDB, the hardware CMDB, and into a couple other tables, and that way you can reference that. Anywhere in your normal services.
Are you guys recording this? Were you recording this? Oh, no shit. I didn't know that. I was just talking.
You integrate with ServiceNow.
Which module?
It's just CMDB or something.
Yeah.
Or,
And you generally what you're taking when you're on it.
Yes. So apologies for the back and forth again here. Basically, I'll show you the tables. One of them would be the OT entity table.
You might put it in.
Is that all right? Yes.
You're on the internet already.
That's
So this
true.
This is live streamed.
Yeah, so that would be one of them, and then we also see CMDB hardware CI. These should be. And then with the vulnerability management add-on to the SGC, we also populate a couple other tables. Let me get to those through here. That would be discovered items. And then we also have vulnerable items. Yep.
You familiar with Exonius? You guys are with that?
Not familiar with that. Exonius? Have you? No.
It takes a lot of different disparate sources like CMDB. It only has time for that as well.
Okay. Is that a?
It collects all of it, and then you can run searches.
Oh, okay.
Pieces of data kind of rational.
Application?
No, it's separate.
Okay. Gotcha. Populate with the data. And then, just to give you a quick example of which you might already be familiar with, but then you would have your dashboards, like your industrial workspace down here. And actually, there's some new functionality in this apparently that we don't have yet because we haven't upgraded to the newest instance. It will be upgraded today at 2 o'clock, and then, or not 2 o'clock, I think around 4:15 it'll be upgraded. So tomorrow when I do the demo, we'll have some additional vulnerability remediation functionality that doesn't exist here yet. But this would be your industrial workspace dashboard with all of the device data broken down by manufacturer, criticality, et cetera. And all of this can be used to get, an overview, assign out remediation tasks, et cetera.
Does it update the info that detects that vulnerability detected? Will it go to ServiceNow and update?
Yes, there's some logic behind the scenes that if it runs a certain number of imports and that vulnerability is no longer detected, it'll kick that one out of the list.
So it closes it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or even the backend of the systems are cloud-based. So it's not pure.
So ServiceNow is its own thing, and then the data that's populating here is coming from my OTbase server at home. Yeah, on my server. So I have a stack there, and that's what this is all coming from. Yeah. It's demo data. That's not those aren't my home device data, no. But yeah, so basically I install OTbase on my home platform. I have a box sitting in the server room that I have. It has all the device data that I basically exported from the demo site into my site. So none of it's actually on my network. This is all just demo data that I have locally so that I can build the ServiceNow integration, tweak it, troubleshoot it, etc. Yep.
Another question. When you compare the capabilities that you have with everything assuming when they enable scaling, what is the value of your product? Why should it password only for your product? What do you do better than the others?
Well, first of all, we don't really take a lot of solace in what others do, so we're not actively watching what they do because we do one thing, and that's asset inventory. So when someone says we do asset inventory and we do all these other things, we only have one. We're a pure play asset inventory system. So to answer that question, I don't know what they do. I just know that our customers are looking for one thing, and that one thing is asset inventory, and there's no one that does that better. So I think we were looking at assets, right? So we looked at a PLC. I'll show you what a switch looks like. So here's there's a map that's been uploaded here as well. But you'll notice here that it's been given criticality. So the user has defined that this switch is critical to the business continuity line. So once it's been given criticality, there's a bunch of things that happen in OTbase as far as vulnerability management to let you know that there's something that you deemed is important to you. All right, let's go down here. Let's go a little higher. This mouse is killing me. Okay, so once again, what's automatically discovered is your vendor model, version, type, life cycle. So in this case, it's phased out. Serial number, CPE, description, right? Also, you have your entire port list here as well, right? So there's all the ports, negotiated speed, and what's connected to the ports. You can always drill down in OTbase. So if you see anything underlined, you can always get more information. So what is this device that's in port number 2? You click on it, you'll drill down and see, oh, that's a VM machine, right? Here's where that machine is. It's in the body and white site. Excuse me, it's a flat rock site, body and white 15 truck line. Then all the information about this virtual machine as well, which network it connects to. It's Windows 7, it's Service Pack 1, it's end of life. It has 181 pieces of software installed, and each software is a version of that software and installation date, as well as, expand, it's a lot of software, as well as the last time it was patched, what patches were applied, right? Then swing down, you'll see the vulnerability information. So security, what software is currently installed, what security software is installed, its version, the last time this device was patched. So the last time this device was patched was in 2018, and there's 24 patches installed. If you jump down to vulnerability, so right now you see 171 KEVs, so exploitable vulnerabilities. We show those first. Those are our priority by default. But if you uncheck this, you'll see how bad that really is. If I can uncheck it, there we go. 4,900 vulnerabilities with this one device. So if you look at any one of those vulnerabilities, you'll see anything in orange has a known exploit. So we'll look at a Windows vulnerability. So here's a vulnerability profile. There's your criticality, your base score, your CVS vector when it was published, description, your links, and the patches for the remediation. This is a Windows. But more importantly, here's where all those devices are and if they've been fixed already. So back to that Flat Rock facility, there are 16 devices that are vulnerable to this particular exploitable vulnerability. So if you did want to have a patching effort for some devices, because you can't patch them all, this may be one of those ways to start. But this isn't possible without a real inventory.
The previous data with the new one. Yeah, it's one of the protocols.
Right. So we looked at devices. You saw a Windows machine. You saw a switch, a PLC. Another view is software. So all installed software versions are inventory as well. So if you had a quick audit you needed to do, audit's done already. So for instance, if say I want to know how many of this Microsoft Visual Studios are installed. Double click on it. You'll see your CPE as well as the known vulnerabilities for it and where it's actually installed at. Right. So like I said, for auditing purposes, that's done. Systems. A system is an inventory. So think of a system as a group of devices, like a safety line or a convergence line. You can group these systems together and give that system criticality, right? So like a safety system, I would know anything that affects my safety system, and my safety system comprises of these devices. That's what this is for. So I can show you what I think this body system here. Yeah, so first thing it does is create a topology of that system. So it's showing me all the networks that are part of that system, also the type of network. So these are all IP networks so far. I'm sure there's probably, this is an IP network. So if you go into topology, still going, then there's your port list, and then you'll get down to your endpoints for all those devices. Topology is probably still going. Yeah, topology is still going here. So it'll generate a topology for this system as well. And it's important to make systems because if a vulnerability comes in that is important, that affects your system, that's something you need to know about because that's something you probably do want to remediate. Or even more important and more likely, a notice for a firmware update comes out. Rockwell says, hey, this is important firmware, you need to upgrade this, it fixes some flaw. Well, without an inventory, you are chasing, trying to figure out where the hell this device is, and a lot of times it just doesn't get done. So here is that topology of this system. There it is. So here's the topology of this particular system we're looking at. So anything in gray is a network device. You can see your device level rings here as well. You can always drill down and say, what is that? And there's your actuator. Another part of the inventory, like I said, were networks. Type of networks are. So for instance, I'll grab these two networks. There's the other column at. Grab a network with a bunch of dice. Go back. Go back. Go. Hey, I'm back. So like I said, the type of network that's there as well. So you can see your IP, ISO, Profinet, control net circuits, so backplane protocols as well. You can grab more than one network and do topologies based on those diagrams. So I believe I can take this guy and this guy and do a topology. All these diagrams you see are dynamically drawn. This is a very small network. Based on the discovery information, the latest discovery. So if a device were to move, your diagrams would change as well. And then the other part is location. Since we work with large organizations with multiple locations, this becomes very important to them and how this is laid out. So back to my example, in the US, we have our my Flat Rock facility. So if I want to see all of those assets in one view, we can go to location. So here is that location profile. So there's a map been uploaded. There's also a site map here. So remember those systems we were talking about? You could use that to populate this. And these are live, so you can hover over them and actually see the devices and everything in there. It's also going to generate a location topology, which will actually show you the segmentation of that network, which takes a second. again, once all of the networks involved, so you can see there's a Profibus network, Circus network, ControlNet, DH Plus, etc., and then all the systems in that location, as well as all the individual devices. The topology for this is actually really cool. I could zoom in without making it go so big so fast. There we go. I can do it. So here's a location topology. Make it a little bit bigger. And you can see it's broken out by units. So there's a body and white chop, and then you have units, unit 3, unit 4, down to the cabinet level. So discovery can be very, very granular in nature, and it needs to be if you want to have an accurate inventory. We know where these things actually are. And the last thing would be vulnerability management. So I close this out. So now that you have this shiny new inventory, vulnerability. So now you got to figure out this mess. So and there's always this realization with customers when they run the system and they get this back the first time. It's like, oh shit, I see it. Now we have to do something about it. So what you're looking at here is, before I showed you the vulnerability profile of a device, this is a global vulnerability profile. So by default, you're looking at 279 CVEs that are known exploitable, times the number of devices. That's a huge problem by itself. But if you uncheck this and look at all of the vulnerabilities, it's thousands, hundreds of thousands. But now you see why it's so important to have an accurate inventory, because when you get those alerts from your passive systems that say, hey, there's a 50% probability this affects you, well, how useful is that information? You got to go find the device. Is it part of something critical? I don't know. Where is it at? Can't really tell you. Having this, you can just quickly filter those results out. So maybe one way of prioritization is, let's just look at the ones that are exploitable first, right? So from here we start, instead of looking at everything. Maybe another way to prioritize your work would be, which devices in my world have the most risk associated with those particular devices? Maybe that's a way to prioritize and work that problem. Another way could be, which software has the most vulnerability associated with it? So since you can't patch your way out of the issue, you can never fix it. What you can do is start to work toward resilience and work on the things that are actually important that do affect you. So kind of a system in a nutshell. You have any questions? Anything I missed?
Thank you for this. Absolutely. Yeah. That was a multiple question.